Good morning. All right. Good morning, peeps. Who's with me? Yo, Zool! So today we're gonna continue our quest here. We got it took a little while, but I think this is a pretty good start. So my plan I've written down in this little document here. So the things I want to tackle with this, like turn it from like modifying nodes directly inside of the editor. I think I want to do this. And maybe I'll keep the nodes in the editor. I'm not entirely sure exactly what I want to do, but I think I want to do this at least. So we have something that's easier to serialize than the actual like scene thing. We could take the scene thing, serialize that directly. Maybe that's a good idea because we're not really... what should I say? Like, it's nice to not have multiple sources of truth. Less plumbing, so we could have like Godot in turn just do the things, and then we handle the conversion instead of doing this. Now that I think of it, maybe that's a better first step than to do this. But this would be much easier to implement with undo. Right, and also we had the Godot undo thing, right? So maybe we should check this out. How this works. Whoa! I broke my thing. 1 second. Okay, VM. Let's restart this. No. Restart. So this gives us actions that say undo and redo. Hello, polynomy. Maybe this would be a good idea. How does it work then? Because this can do like property changes directly. Add a do property, add undo property. Commit action. Maybe this would be a better thing, and then just maybe I overthinked this part. Maybe we shouldn't start there. Maybe we should start with like creating, removing, and so on. But how does create object work? Because there's gonna be these are gonna be attached to nodes somehow. Is there any? This is mostly useful for new nodes created for the do call. Do not use for resources. Can you undo in real time? I think so, yes. I think this is not just an editor thing. There's something with this reference thing, it seems. So if we don't queue free things and instead just are we gonna have problems with, because if we just remove child, it's not gonna be deleted in memory. Instead of queue free. So you can create a reference, create action, add node, add do method, add child, bind to node, add do reference, node, that's this call. that's somehow. And then add undo method, remove child bind node. It seems pretty simple. If we're doing this, we probably should be using nodes to keep track of all our data. That would probably be much easier. So you could do move like this, for example. I don't have serialization yet, but if I could start in that area too, so you just serialize every time you're done, and then you reload the previous serialization. That is the things I've wrote down here, more or less. Only I serialize to something in memory. But that would require us to be able to go back and forth from this. Maybe what we should do is create like nodes instead of pure data. To start with, at least, because those are easier to undo and add and remove or whatever. And those can have a little bit more stuff in them, like I don't know. Could have a list of changes. Yes, morning mind rage, by the way. Could do that, but that would also require this. But Godot has a built-in stack-based undo redo system that does seem to be pretty nice. Hey, Booze. It's possible to use signals cross scenes. Yes. But I don't think you can do it in the editor, unless you're putting the different scenes into another scene, and either you do like editable children if you have the source, or whatever. If you have on the scene root object, you can do it in one containing scene, and if you have the targets or sources of the signals a few levels deeper, you got to use editable children, which is kind of annoying. You can always do it in code, like in Ready. You can hook up the signals. That's how I do it generally, anyway. For most things. Yep, try it out and let us know if it works. So yeah, we'll start somewhere. Shall we just try to do the undo redo thing, maybe? Oh, we should be in. This is one of the windows. Where is the other one? There. So I do have this block tool, block instance, which does a lot of these things for me, but maybe we should start with something simpler, and then use this, and then And then you can like do something, I don't know. Yeah, sure. Let's start somewhere. The level editor data, we are going to... yeah, let's just throw that away for now. And then we'll create some other editor, level editor instance thing. I don't know why it's like, it stops for a long time here and then Alt is pressed. Or, I don't know, it just... Yeah, okay. Hello? See? It's acting as if something is really weird. I can't scroll, I can't touch anything, typing doesn't do anything. Exiting out might... Ah, that solved it. Probably got locked in with something. Okay. Good. Let us create a really simple thing first, and then we can use the block tool from that. So let's create like editor level object or something. Node. And why am I doing this opposite way? So this is a node 3D, and what I want to do with it is to create like some nodes in here. This is gonna be the node should extend like a static body 3D, and then we're gonna have a collider that's gonna be a collision shape 3D. This is sort of the more important one. And then collision shape, and then we're gonna have collider, which is gonna be a box shape 3D. Wait, this is the opposite, right? It should be collision shape and collider. No, it's a collision shape. Don't understand the naming, but we're gonna create these as children. And this is just so that we don't have to do this with... Oh, this should be actually... Can we do this in init? Then we're gonna be smart about keeping the size of things separate. So that's gonna be vector 3, I think. Hello, Kremno. Yeah, I think Godot is great. Like, the last thing we're gonna need is a mesh instance. It's actually called a mesh instance, do not get too confused. Collision shape equals collision box. And then we create the mesh instance. And then we'll have functions for setting set size. We could make this a sorry. Jesus, finally Friday, yeah. Yeah, and thank you, peeps. We probably could have a node list for tools and another one with doodads. Could have a subnode 3D connection points and other things. I think we'll see where we go. My initial idea was to keep everything in just memory, and then like everything is in memory, but keep everything in a really lightweight data structure that just has a position like a transform, and then I would take that transform and make sure the scene contains something like that. How you would do it in like React or whatever, like separate the data model from what's actually being rendered and stuff. But now I'm feeling like maybe what I should do is probably just use the nodes, because it's easy to use the undo system in Godot. I can show you the game. Actually, I can't show you the game because it's in editor mode right now. Maybe I should show you. Look in the bottom right. There's something that says Wishlist. That is the game. And if you want to see the Steam page for it and wishlist it, just do exclamation mark wishlist in the chat and you will get a link. There you go. Click it. So the way it works in Godot is that boxes and stuff are usually centered. I don't know if you can set that up to be like non-centered. Collision box. Let's try this out. The way I think these should work is... oh wait, what happens if I... Now this is not going to be run... Where is it? If I were to create one of those, level something, does that exist here? Editor level, no, that doesn't exist. Because it's not, I don't know why. But the way I wanted it, at least, is static body, not 2D, 3D. There you go. And this is going to be the editor level tool. And then there's going to be a collision shape. And then there's going to be a mesh instance. If I could spell. And then this is going to have a box shape. And this is also going to get like a box mesh. I think for the for simplicity, this one can be just scaled. And this one will have to be resized. So if you look at how this boils down, it has the pivot in the center, and then we should offset this these things with half of the size. So if this is 111, and the way I want it is actually to move this 0.5 in all directions. It's a little bit hard to tell without, even with this, it's a little bit hard to tell, but there's a box here. Actually, it doesn't look correct. Or does it? Let's move this guy as well. Yeah, here we go. Now it's at the corner, which is correct. You looked at this game yesterday? Cool. How did you find it? You can add nodes directly to a packed scene and store it as a scene file in the user directory. Really? Is this not just an editor thing? This is a like, there's an article. Okay, cool. If you want to link it, link it. That would be cool to see. So it does seem to actually work. That's a cool thing you found there, Mind Rage. Like, I use packed scenes all the time, but I didn't know you could do it with without the editor. Okay, that's cool. You can Google for it. We did the Godot engine takeover, like stream takeover the other day, and might have been an article related to that, maybe. I know Nat posted on LinkedIn and a few places, so maybe it got picked up. But anyway, so this is the... I think I want them to be in relation to this point, because it's easier to kind of... when I want to later on like scale and size them, it's easy to have this. The problem is when I'm rotating... but I think there are functions to rotate around the point, and we can tell that point to be like in the center of an object, or in like there are ways around it. I think. So yeah, let's try to make it so that it creates this thing when we click. Oh no. No, it unstuck itself. The other part that's not quite as simple to do here is having references to stuff, but I think we can just use this base level stone as a material. That's preloaded. Does it know that this is a material? Can you do that? We'll see. We'll see. Mesh instance material override. We set it to be base level stone. I think that might work. So we added this, and then we said like set size to be size, and then here we will also do self.size equals size, and since the mesh instance scale, we can just set that to size, and then offset mesh instance position to be half of size, just like the other one. And that should like work as far as creating things and adding them to the scene. Let's see if we can just create these instead of the block tool things, and then we'll see what happens. We want to get back to level editor. There we go. So we have this thing where we click middle mouse, I think, to create a block tool. And instead of this, we are going to create editor level node like this, and then add child object. We can actually, if we call this block, we don't have to rename the other things. And we can also do this. So now if we middle click here, we'll get some, oh, look at that, bugs. Somehow Palpatine returned? What? Okay, so block setup doesn't exist. We'll take that away. Now we need to restart again, I think. That did create something and selected it, but I can't see it. So the question is, what happened? Where did that go? Somewhere in here we're gonna have our level editor, we're gonna have our root, but it didn't add it there, it added it here. And that is the static body ending in 80, which is not the one that's here. 26. Oh, this is the one. This is the one. Yes, it's correct. It's got a shape which seems to be positioned correctly. And the mesh instance never got a. That's why we can't see it. Mesh instance never got a. Never got a box. Something like this should work. Boom, it works. And we can move it around. Yeah. Pretty neat. It's a little bit less cool than the other one because of reasons. But I think we should probably be able to move this around now. We can drag it up, but this one doesn't like move down towards the surface. Which is something we can figure out if we want to do or not. The way, if we use the top corner, maybe that's better if we want to just scale from here down to the surface. But we can just do some math instead to offset. No, what we do is we set the position to be the ground, maybe. It's pretty nice to have the position be here. If you swap back and forth between it being extending to extending down, because that's something that happens pretty often. Cool. So we're already doing some stuff that's specific to different types. Like if selected object is block tool. Right, so we move it up and down. By doing that. So these are positioned really weirdly in terms of something. Yeah, let's just set it to be on the surface when we create them. So we didn't get saved. There we go. Now it's in the corner. We probably need to make it like yeah. Now we can lift them up, but now they're not like scaled up. What is elif? That's else if. So just a contraction of the words else and if. It's tripped me up many times. But now that I know it, it's actually pretty convenient. Cool. So yeah, this seems to be working. It's a good start. Now we want to figure out the whole like if we want to lock it to, like, we're gonna need some sort of way of knowing which plane we clicked on or something, so we can move it in different directions and scale them and stuff. That's okay, Kremno. We'll figure it out. I think we also gonna need different tools. So we can have like a move tool, a scale tool, and maybe a create tool. I think any block should have at least a group node you move it around. I think that's gonna complicate things. I have the idea of maybe using some other, but anyway, let's try to keep on track here. Let's not do this for now. But then we have the mirroring thing. Should we just mirror everything and then have a specific thing, like only blocks can, or thing, I don't know, something can... Is the undo system the next thing we do, maybe? Sure, let's see if we can make the undo work, because we want to know how that feels. Let's create some functions here that create block, add a position. And this should return an editor level node. And this is what we do here. More or less create block, pass in this. Now we're gonna need the undo redo system here. Undo, redo, undo, redo equals undo new. Now we check the docs for a second here. So we like undo, redo, create action, something. And then we should do the whole like add reference. Something very close to this. They call it undo redo with a space. I'm fine with that. Easier copying of examples. There should be root.add child block. Unsure how this is actually going to work, but we'll see. I'm gonna change this. It's not gonna be block, it's gonna be node. So we're gonna figure out exactly how this is gonna work later. It's not gonna work like this. Maybe you can, this holds like both, maybe it has a type later on. That's the thing I'm thinking. We're gonna do the opposite of this. Add undo reference. No, now we got stuck again. Why is this my fault? It does press Alt. It's like the Alt button gets stuck somehow. So like create node, remove node, undo, redo, create action, remove node, add a do method. I'm gonna have root. That seems about right. It should be create node, and this should be, let's name it node now just for the sake of it. Cool, yeah. And then I'm gonna do the same functions for function move node, and then we go like the node. I'm gonna pretend it's always gonna be an editor level node. Actually, it could just be a node 3D in this case. We don't have to do that. And then we do like from vector 3 to vector 3 and returns void. And then we do like the basic example of what's up here. We don't need to do that, but we need to do node position. Potentially this should be global position, but because it doesn't really matter, let's keep it local. And then this is going to be to, and this is going to be from. And we need to trigger this only when it's actually being moved. So we need to remember where the node was when it was when we started moving it. We can do start move position equals here the same as this, but this one is not going to change. And then when we're done moving, if is moving, then we say like move node, and then we need to know which node we're moving. That should be selected node, I guess. Selected object it's called here. Probably shouldn't rename that selected node. What's the difference between a global position and a local? So it's just relative. A global position is relative to 0 in the world. A local position is relative to the parent's position. So you have this hierarchy of nodes. Right. Let's see if this at all works. Like if we broke everything, and then we'll see if we can trigger the undos and redos somehow. Like, yeah, that didn't work. It creates it in the wrong position because we forgot something. Node dot position equals position. Is it gonna, when it redos this, does it know what position is? This just creates the node, and this position, it doesn't know We got to do that too. We got to do like set the position using undo, redo. Actually, we can just do move. No, not in the middle of the action. We can do the same as we do here. So we want position from to position, and undo would be like vector 3 0. Doesn't matter. Cool. So now maybe it will understand that it should place it in the right position. And good times. I can move it. Okay, let's add the possibility of undoing. I think potentially there is a Control Z in here somewhere. UI undo is the thing that we want to do. And UI redo. Shift Control Z. Yeah, perfect. So we can use those. And we could do it here. Maybe that makes sense. More or less this, but can we do action? Someone like, can you do this? Would that work? UI on, oh, we need, let's restart just for the sake of it. Because now I can create a thing here, and then I can Control Z to undo it. Oh! I can move it, and I can undo the move. Oh. I can move it, and I can undo, and I can undo back, and I can redo. Redo doesn't work. Shit. We do get a debugger error here. Cannot add child static to root. Already has parent root. That's 170. We don't need to do this. Okay, restart. But that I don't think that's the thing that made the redo not work. We create this, undo it, and then redo it. That works now. Okay. And then we move this over here, and then we undo, and redo, redo, redo. Redo doesn't work for some reason. Wait, we're not using the tools for removal. That's why it doesn't work. Yeah, that's not gonna work. So we gotta do like remove node. Or is it, what did we call it? Delete node? Remove block. Okay, change this node. Create this, back out, create this, move this around, create another node, move it up, undo, 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 redo, 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 redo. Not working. Farts. Oh. This is how we need to do it also. But that shouldn't have worked. Hello, OpenHood. What's up? Delete object instead of selected object. Yeah, that was a... That's it, probably. But that's not the problem. Like, I can't redo that undoing. So redo needs to work, I think, for us to really like our lives in this editor. We do like remove node. Do root remove child bind to node and root add child. That's not what we're doing. This is the problem. This is where it doesn't like work, right? So we can undo, so that part works, but redo does not work. So my guess then would be that this node here, the reference to that gets lost, and then we have some issue. Do we need to do like add undo reference as well when we create the thing? That seems to have worked. I don't know exactly how that works, but no. Once we do this, it stops working. So I can create a thing, undo it, and redo it sometime. Is it that the position doesn't get set when it's... So I can create it, undo that, and redo it. No, that doesn't work. It says an error. Was that because we redid something before? We create a node, undo the node, redo the node. That works. Put another node here. Undo the node, redo the node. It doesn't work, but is it? No, it's not hidden behind there. Okay. So when I do, it does undo redo both of them. What? It might be I forgot to say. Those are the this might be one of those things where undo is also triggered by when you press shift. Interesting. So maybe that's the issue, because I just noticed that it said undo and redo. Now let's just like over here somewhere create a node, undo that and redo it, and that works. Then we create a bunch of nodes, move some of them, undo, 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 redo, 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 redo. It works! We have undo, redo! Nice. It's pretty nice to not have to like do the plumbing of this manually. Feels good. Undo redo system. Frickin' thank you whoever it was that told me about this yesterday. Yatta! Cool. So there are some other things that I need to do. For example, we need to be able to move multiple objects at the same time. It's going to complicate things quite significantly, because now we got to have multiple selections, and the whole undo system needs to record like multiple objects that move. From different positions, right? From and to. But I guess a move is pretty easy because we can do a delta from the start position of the object. Make a level. We could make a level, sort of. We can actually a little bit less make a level right now because we don't have a way to scale things. But it's getting there. This is mostly me procrastinating actually making levels, by the way, just so you know. Can you get current action name? Can actually put this here. But we don't want it to fold through in that case. Do we dare just do return here instead? Because that might make the logic a little bit easier to reason about. I was hoping we could get the name of okay. I don't know. Let's not get too deep into that. Play level, exit level. Maybe serialization first, just because that might help. Let's have like funk clear level. No, that's gonna be annoying, isn't it? Because now we gotta have our how are we gonna do that even? Because now we're gonna remove all the nodes in some sort of a loop, and remember to be able to restore them. Let's have a function that's called reset instead. This is not undoable for the time being. To do, undo, and we're just gonna go through all the children of these and just throw them out. We will also reset the undo. There's no way to like get out of this. And then we trigger this by something, and then we press something like, I'm thinking like tab or something, to just start playing the game from this particular position, where the camera is or something. Funk, start, or like, it's called play level. We need to do something here, and then we do funk edit level to set everything up with that. And when we're starting here, I think we should just move all of this into the play or start, or no, edit level. This all goes in here, and I don't think there is like a huge deal. So instead we're gonna take our, say is enabled is false, so we can like stop doing things, or not is enabled, but we need to toggle before, so we can do something like if let's put this up here just for the sake of it. If K event is pressed, and K event key equals tab. Yeah. Then we check if is enabled. Then we want to like play level. Else we do edit level. This should be make it so we can jump in and out of these pretty easily. And I don't know exactly how to do this yet, but we'll probably do like we need to add the player to something, and they're probably good to remember what that is. So before we deparent it here, we say player parent equals player.get parent. And then we say like player parent, and here we do player parent add child player. And the player's camera should be made somehow active. We've got to make sure this is the right one. Make current, rendering set camera current, yes. And then what? The player's position should be matching the camera's position, and players dot global rotation. Let's just do this. Camera global rotation Y. And then we set the FPS to current. I don't know that we do anything else. Environment visible. Time on pause. Actually, these parts should be possibly done here. Give it a shot. Cool. We create something here and then we just press tab. Are you kidding me? That worked? Then we press tab. And then we go all the way over here and then we press tab. It works. The only thing is that our camera is not locked. That's an easy fix. Capture mouse. It's something we need to do somewhere. Stop. Just create this. This is what I want to test out. Tab. And mouse still doesn't get captured. It could be the camera overriding things. The editor camera doesn't care. You know what? Maybe we shouldn't do that. We should check if we are the current camera instead of is enable. Let's go back to here. Get rid of that, and this should be if is current or something. How does that work? This. Var is current bool get return. If that is true, then we can take this and say like if not is current return. And this says get return rendering camera equals self. Cool. So then in level editor or editor camera. If not is current return. If not is current return. Try it. So we can do this. Drag this up maybe, drag this up a little bit, move over here. We're gonna fix the camera a little bit better. This takes us here and we can move, but the mouse doesn't get properly captured. Why doesn't it work? something is preventing us from working. So capture mouse mode hidden, and is there like an enabled, or are we doing something dumb here? What is causing it to not be? It is actually not captured, it is hidden. And then there's unhandled input, which sets up mouse delta. And then there's process if. Is mouse captured? Release. Somewhere in here it should say that it's warping the mouse. And we really need to move this out somewhere. Is there warp in here? Position. We are sure the hidden part. Let's take a look at the changes we've made here. Maybe we did something to FPS camera that, yeah, it says captured versus hidden here. Thought so. Let's actually just discard that. Now we restart. You can still place blocks in play mode. Potentially, yeah. Ooh, tab. And now, I didn't press tab. You can play the game. And it updates the thing, but yeah, that's an easy fix. So now we can tab out. The camera doesn't. Undo. We have undo. Oh, that was two in the same position. That shouldn't happen. Okay, so we want to start up here. Let's tab. Boop. And we want to set the camera to be or do we? Whoop. Here we got some interesting things because it's not mirrored. Okay. It's pretty good. Pretty good. We want to be able to set up the actually I think by default it would be nice to have the camera match the player position, and yeah, does it actually, let's say I go stand here, look down the stairs, and I start playing, what happens? I fall down and then I'm not looking at all at the stairs, right? Or did I? Actually, that works. So if I look this way, I gotta make this look. Let's see. We want to look this way. That does not work. So I wonder if that is because the FPS camera needs some help with that. So the FPS camera will it will use these. I have redone this and then reverted. So I think it is these rot X and Y that we need to worry about. Instead of doing this, we probably should be player, FPS camera, rot, X should be the same as the Y rotation of the camera. And then I wonder if we can... No, that's Y. X, I wonder if we can just use X here and it just works. And the problem is Z, but we'll get there. So now, potentially I press Tab to get into edit mode. I start looking this way, press... No, it didn't do what I thought it would. Yeah, it really didn't... How does, when I start a level, pre-made level, we set the player rotation. Ah, that's in degrees. That might help. Now we need to like create a level. Dip, 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 dip. Sure. Look at that direction. That works. I go here and then I go out and fly here instead. And we look at that and we do that. That works perfectly. Nice. It is like a little bit of a... Yeah. Let's copy this over from the other side. Edit level. Sure. So camera dot rotation degrees or global rotation degrees is or Y. Poland's, I don't need viewers. You need a ban. Don't do that. Now we should be able to like fly up here, start, and that works. We can jump over here and then tab, and that did not work. Maybe this needs to go before we remove the player. Oh, position. Camera global position equals player FPS camera position. But it should be camera like that. Cool. Then that should work. Now I realize we should set our player's position to the camera position, and that should be like the offset by the negative player FPS camera position. And I think that should be in relation correctly. We'll see. Cool. So we get up, put some blocks down just for the sake of it. Press tab, fall down, turn around, press tab, fall down, press tab. The only thing left is the flipping, but now you can like just start playing. Probably should like reset player velocities and stuff. Because if I do this and... it's not a huge deal. But yeah, we probably should do that. This is not going to work though. Because the flipping is not known. And it's done slightly differently on the player and the... because we can do this and have it flipped. And then we start playing. It will work because it was flipped. But if I flip over here now, and then do that, it's gonna be flipped. So the flip state needs to be transferred between the different things. Is flipped, how is this used? It's flipping, is Z flip. That's the thing that we want to use. Do we use this for anything? So we can't just set that. We got to rotate. And then there's two different things. Let's do this. So when we're starting to play, we gonna set up the rotations. Actually, I think it should work. Like, we are now flipped. Going from here to the player should sort of work. It does not. I thought it would work because we're setting the rotations in the same way as you would have if you did this. But I might have been flipped. Yeah, okay. I have to like normalize this into something to make this smooth and nice. There's a reset in here, so that should be easier to reason around if we do this. And then we can just like, if we are flipped, if camera flipped, that should be called is flipped. But then we just do player dot do C flip or player FPS camera do flip. I don't know, 1 if it matters. Probably a wait, I don't know. So that's one way. Like if we start now, it should flip the camera to be correct if we do it. So let's create this platform. Create this platform. Not that platform. That platform and that platform. Maybe not. It's a little bit bad. And then we enter. First we try the normal. That works. Tab back in. Zoom up. And then we flip. And then we tab out. So it flips and it's the same. But the do flip here. We need to have like an instant variation of this. This does rot Z becomes something. So that, like ROTC is 180 instead. So try that. More or less this. Actually, why don't we do this? ROTC is 180 if camera is flipped, else 0. Try that. So it should at least transfer one direction. Now we need to figure out the other. Let's do this. Boop. We stand here. We tab in. Works. And then we can go back up and we can flip. Actually, it might be worth it to try this side. And then we just press tab. And it should look the same. It worked. But if we do this, it won't transfer this rotation to our rotation. But we can do if camera if FPS camera how does this one work? Not FPS camera. Editor camera is what I want. It will, if we flip, we do this. So now we can check if player FPS camera global basis dot y dot vector 3 up is less than 0, then we do camera flip. Maybe that will work. We press tab to enter. We flip around, stand here, exit. And then going back doesn't work. Why? Because this doesn't make the camera flipped, I think. We need to set this flip in here. Actually, can do this here and it should work. Cool. Tab in. Flip around. Exit. It did something to the rotation that wasn't quite right. Also, this shouldn't rotate unless we are holding right click. Yeah, tab back in. Tab out. Now it's not flipped, but it looks flipped. Is this happening even if it's not the current one? It shouldn't. Really shouldn't. Quaternions, not even once. It might be better to use quaternions for this. To avoid issues. So now we can go like, that works. That works. This works, this doesn't work. So it's entering play mode with entering play mode when the camera is flipped doesn't properly flip it. It's a bit surprising because this seems like it's should be a pretty basic. Maybe this needs to happen earlier, some of these things. No, not really. Why should that have to... That should not be an issue. Tab in. Flip around. That works. That still works. Okay. If I'm here, flip around, it doesn't work. Why? Flip? No. Flip. Flip. Works. So flip around here. Works. So it's some combination of flipping around and like there for some reason it doesn't work. Is this when it's already flipped it shouldn't flip again or something? And not camera flipped. That could be it. Let's try it. Dip, 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 rip. Dip. Exit. Unsure if that worked. Tab. Still doesn't work. Oh, you know what? When we set this up here, we don't update whether or not this is flipped. One of the issues here is that the Z, like the rotation around the forward axis, is not what we're using to flip it in one case, but it is in the other. Maybe we should just change it so we can do this. And it should always work. The problem is that we are editor camera. We have this flip thing here that flips everything upside down in another way. And then we have the flipped thing. Let's get rid of that, just so we don't have to think about that for a second. So let's always do up here, but it should always be global basis Y on that. Sort of should work. And then we don't need to care about the flipped thing. Instead we just do rotation degree Z equals, and then we do like one of those modulo we put in that plus 180 over 360. Or should it be... maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe this degrees will just wrap around anyway. And then... camera, let's save this for if we want to go back. Always vector 3 up and always that. Are we done? Let's try it. So now this is fine, and then here up and down becomes reversed. So that's the part where we need to like reverse the thing. And then when we enter and exit, we just copy rotation degrees Z. Now that we do all of them, we could just throw it over there. So flip still works, but everything is up. No, left and right is upside down. So we'll figure that out. And then we should be able to enter here, flip around, exit, and then it still works. And then we can flip around and that also works. Yeah, that's a better model, except we need to know when to flip up and down. And that only affects when we're moving the mouse. Because I think movement was correct. It's just the rotation. So this is the up thing. Flip-flops. Cool. So now we can do, this is correct. This is still correct. It is annoying around the 0 point, but I don't know that there is a good way to around that. I'm gonna press flip, and then it's still correct. We flip from here. It's all the same. And then I hope, even though we do weird things, it's gonna work here. Look here, tab in, we play, we flip around, we look this way, we tab out, works fine, we flip, tab back in, beautiful, that's better. And then tab back in. You probably should be using the sensitivity values from the settings file somehow for the editor camera, but more or less we can do this. Somewhere in here we're doing process. If not is enabled, we do cursor dot visible is false, and then we return so that we don't see the cursor. Bonnie Tyler, total eclipse of the heart, turn around. Turn around. Now we have that issue, right? Okay, anyway, tab, flip around. Oh, I want something here. Works. Can we? Yeah, we can actually make it move this way. Interesting. couldn't quite make it. I can always cheat, I guess. Okay, this feels great. This feels great. So one down, I guess enter play mode works. It's not like done, but playtesting, match camera to player, that works. Tab to toggle into player control. That's done. Then we need more stuff like actually run a level. Start spawning, whatever. Like, there's a million things we can do there. Oh, Jaden. That is probably true. If you follow the logic, that absolutely probably is true. So I think it would be nice to be able to serialize and deserialize things. So we don't have to create the level every time. What is the easiest way of doing that? You are a robot. Okay. Beep boop beep. So the mirroring is something we need to think about. For now also, I think we should think about the wait, people with bad handwriting are either top of their class or bottom. There's no in between. That's probably true. For now, what I think is when we're changing the size of our thing, let's do level, what is this, editor node. I know we're packing a little bit too much into this, but that's fine. So we're gonna put in a little thing, a little flip here. Extend to surface. That's going to be true. Then when we set the size, we're actually going to change things according to, well, we're going to do two different things. So either we do like if extend to surface, we do one thing, otherwise we do what we do now, else. This should be rather done in some kind of update instead of set size. Because we're never changing the size now from the other place. Let's call this like update. Just call it update, and then we will set the size somewhere else. Yeah, let's do this. Func set size. Or should we be setting the size when we move as well to... Probably want this to be distinct for each block. We gotta start somewhere. Update. Get rid of the thing here, and then probably the only thing we care about is like the the debate inside of my head is now like, will it be the edit that changes? Like, should we just keep this one dumb and not have this do anything in here? I think so. Yes, that's what we should do. And then we set the size from the position and the size somewhere else. This will only be called when it's resized. This does nothing really in this case. But then when we're editing, we will read this, and from the edit part, we will set up the position and size according to that. I feel cold winds. So this doesn't change anything really yet. But when we are moving a node, and that is in that specific mode, the way it used to work is that just the position will extend this down into, if it is in that particular mode, that is. Or should we just be like, if you hold control, should we dive directly into scale, or yeah, I guess scaling an object or setting the size of an object? If you hold control, press a top facing surface, you extend the size and potentially change the position if that's what you want. But yeah, maybe. So you can hold this face and then extend it that direction instead. Let's actually do the same as we had before. Like shift here scales it, or a combination of Blender and Godot editor. And originally I had them procedurally generated, which we might expose to this, which could be cool. But the way I want to work is probably that. So how do we make them move upwards? I think we just drag a side, and then we can then like move it on the plane of that side. Should we do that first, and then control will be the way to change them? I was also thinking maybe shift is better to keep for multi-select and stuff. Maybe like box selects and stuff. Yeah. It looks like this, the script I have. So it does like a million things. You can just turn on the wherever it is. We're in object mode, ground cover. Turn that on. So I have. This is the way I've been trying so far to do things. So you can just like say you want to like extend something, like you can grab this, extrude, and then just drag it out. And now I think it's crashed. That has never happened before, by the way. This has been super solid. I don't know what happened now. I guess it crashed. Oh, I had multiple. That's probably it. So anyway, I can like pick up an edge, extrude it, move it, and it just does this. This is also pretty cool. But it creates there's a bunch of problems with the edges that I could probably fix, but it's a little bit tricky. And then I gotta like export, save, and there's no support for adding the actual enemies in here. Plus, the other part is, it would be really cool if people could just like press a button in the game and make levels for me. Make the game super nice and expansive. Oh, this was actually outside of the bounds. So that exists. And also just seeing the level in full, like the actual colors, is not a bad idea. Okay. So when I select something, or rather when I'm hovering something, wherever that is. Do I do that in here? I think I do get the normal of this position and the point. And that should be the like interaction plane or whatever we call it. We can create that directly here. Let's do like var. Well, we need to structure this code at some point. Var interaction plane equals new plane, I guess. Oh, there are ones. So like y xz. So the first thing that happens, what was that? I got no disk space. Damn it. It sounds I'm not sure it will be easier. We'll see. My reasoning is the following. I haven't really learned to enjoy making levels, and I'm not very good at it. I don't want to deal with disk space at this point. Can I fix it by... No. Can I fix that by just not running so many things? Is it that the crash Blender Just broke down and no. Well, we'll see, I guess. The amount of only up levels people are gonna do, yeah. It might be too limited for people to really like this. We'll see. So, mouse position, array, intersect ray goes into hit object. If it's not empty, we get that thing. And now we can also set up the plane. So we do like interaction plane equals a new plane where we set the normal and the center of it. So that would be the point and so hit object do you have to do this or can you, because hit object is a dictionary with collider, normal and position. So it would be normal and position. Let's print that out. Create things, and here it says like interaction plane as normal 0 and add a weird some kind of, why is it D? And here it's looking that direction, here it's looking that direction, and so on. Sounds about right. -1, and then up here it should be 1. The position might make sense, but okay, cool. We select this interaction plane, and then when we are moving, we change this plane here. We're just gonna set plane equals interaction plane. That's as simple as that. So now we should be able to move this way, move this way. Damn, that was actually smoother than I expected. That's pretty nice. Is it working on all of the sides, or is it like reversed somewhere? Nope. And here, yeah. But if you hold shift, should it be like the inverse of the plane then somehow? Can we... What should happen if we hold shift? Currently it just works. How? No, it doesn't. Yes, it does. Ah, we do this if we're holding shift. We just like snapping it to a certain thing. So let's say we have a plane. Can we create another plane that's the same as that plane, but like with the normal somehow? If it is up, then I want to only move in up and down direction. And it should rather be like the camera plane that we had before. Yeah, so if we're holding shift, we create a plane that sort of should be perpendicular to the plane we started with. How do the blocks generate surface? What do you mean? Now we're stuck in that weird mode again where you can't really... Hello? Okay, now we can type again. If event shift pressed. We could like use the normal of the interaction plane and limit the movement to the normal. So like delta pos multiply equals with the normal of interaction plane. Or the direction it should be. I think. No, not D. It should be the normal. So if we do that, we can still like... No, that doesn't work. So we can do this and we can do this, but sometimes is that just when we're crossing over some kind of threshold there? Yeah, this works fine. It's just when we're moving above the camera, the plane goes weird because it's something. And we update the plane according to the global position. Let's start instead on the interaction plane origin point, or what could that be? Get center. Sure. Yeah, no. Stop. It starts acting weird. Oh wait, when we are moving, we should not update the interaction plane. That is the only problem we're having. So, update cursor should not happen when we are moving. Now we're stuck in some kind of mode again. Or is moving. So now we can do this and it works. It would be nice to be able to press some button, and then that button is usually F. Hello Savagor, what's up? We're making a thing here. Thing in the stuff. We can move things around. We can like move them on the plane that we're selecting them from, or like clicking on. That's pretty good. And if you move in only the plane's direction, we can do that, except it is reversed in many cases. It works on this side, but not on this side. So I think what we need to do is absolute the output of this thing before we multiply with it. Somewhere here, we create a new plane, and then we say delta plus multiply this. Can we do abs? Yes, I think this is gonna work. Now we can drag it only on the direction that we're selecting. So that worked pretty well. Good embed, Godot and Godot. Yeah, we could do that, but this is another way of doing it, I guess. Check this out. We also have this. Boom. You can tab in and out of well, it's hard to do. Yeah, just build your level, move things around, lift it up. Now we need to do scaling and rotation as well, but this is pretty good. Oh, the surface changes the texture. So some of this texture is actually we're actually doing like a world. The position inside of the world is affecting the UV chords for some of it, not everything. If that makes sense. Cool. Scaling. And a preview where the block is gonna end up would be nice. But okay, so scaling. Let's create one of those things that change the size. Rotation could be around the interaction plane and point. I think it should be. The default should probably be around the center of the bounding box of all the selected objects. And you should be able to switch it to individual origins and some other things maybe. We should also have like a, if you press like Shift G, like something that snaps things to some point. So how would we do scaling? My thinking is we're going to hold control, and that should start a scale. It's becoming a bit of a spaghetti mess around here, just for the sake of we're not really having tools or stuff like that. Scale and rotate from 2 points, so you can point, so you can do point-to-point ramps. Yeah, I think ramps or stairs are just gonna be a thing you can put in, and then maybe we generate from the size of this and rotation. So like forward in Z direction of a stair is always gonna be like the direction up, and the box around it, you scale it the same way as you do with these things later. So you just like, if I wanted to do a stair here, for example, between these somehow, you would create another node. You put here, and then you just scale it up there and turn it into a stair, and it just like does the thing. But we don't really have scaling yet. We also should like separate the collision. I guess that happens automatically, but we should have the collision for the editor stuff in one layer and the other stuff in another layer. So, start somewhere. Scaling. Because you can be moving now. We should like have functions to say like we should have like current mode. That is like or state could be like is moving or is scaling, and then we have enter a state and exit a state, and those functions will record the necessary information to do the undo and like a begin action move records the things we need for that, and begin action or end action will do the undo states, if that makes any sense. Okay, enter doesn't work. All the other buttons work, but enter has stopped working. Is that because my keyboard is broken, or? No, it's because Godot is broken. Because some button I can't undo. Let's exit. Maybe that helps. Yes, it does. Okay. I don't know what happens there. That's weird. But we should like current action is idle. We probably should make like an enum of this. I don't know how to do enums in this language. Enum like this sounds good, and you can name it, I think, named like that. Okay, cool. So we do like current action is like idle, it is move, and it is like scale. Yeah, I'm using Godot for this. GDScript is the programming language. Actually, we should like camera would be a thing too. Probably. So we can't do things while we're cameraing. So we have all this like relatively simple or like relatively decent, but not very structured thing. I'm gonna start making like action start position or like action start node position. We're just gonna record these regardless of what we have, so we don't have to do like 100 different branches. So when we start, we do action start node position equals. All right, because we need multiple selections in here as well. Let's assume we're only gonna do modifications of objects of this type. Then we can more easily save like transform before action and make it a transform. We can just use this as a thing. We probably want like size before action as well. And that's a vector 3. And then it's the whole like which objects are selected. We're gonna assume there is only one selected object at this point. Or do we do this now when we're actually rejiggering all this? Cool. Thank you, MindRage. Like selected object. I think selected object is just a node. So we gotta check if selected object. No, selected object should always be a level object. Also, all this shit that we're doing down here needs to move up. I realize. It should be up here. Let's turn this always into editor level nodes. Remember, or like before action, we call. Let me create this in here. Func before action. And this is gonna be saving transform before action equals global, or just transform. It's nice, I think, to do that. And then we do like size before action is actually size. It's gonna select that for this object, and then later on when we have multiple objects, we can just call this on all of the objects and then we'll do things. Want to bring back the coffee? Sure, let's do it. You can do exclamation point coffee as well, I think, without space. If you want to support us with a little donation, that could work. So at the end of the action, do we have func begin action move, and we do something special with that? And then we do like end action move. That is going to be the thing that calls the actual move object, so we get the undo stuff. I don't know if it should be scale or size. Let's call this size instead. Resize. And while we're at it, let's do the camera as well. So we can do like if begin action, or if action is action dot move, we do like begin action move. I think we could, is there a switch? There's no switch. Elif action equals action resize. Then we call begin action resize. Elif action equals camera. I do the same mistake all the time. Action camera. Begin action camera. And then we do the same for the end action. We do this. What we call this end action. So mostly what we want to do is like we could have done the things we want to do with move in here, but for now let's just keep it simple. But at the end of move, that's where we want to do the move node. The node is going to be the selected object, and it's going to be from selected object transform, or it's going to be before action. Was transform? Yo, dude! Thank you for the coffee. Al dente. Nice. Thank you so much. You are the best. What did I call this? Transform before action. I think it's called is it offset or origin? Origin, there it is. And then 2 should be selected object position. I think we did not the global ones. Yes, that's correct. So that's what we do when we move a node. Now that I think of it, do we need the move node here? All the code that's in there should just be like I think we just remove this code and just put it up here. And the node is gonna be selected object, and then we can just do like maybe it should be, yeah, this is how we're gonna do it, because later we're gonna have selected object be selected objects, and then we'll iterate over these and we'll put the node into the selected object thing. No, we're not going to do that. Like this. Thank you so much. Hello, new technique. Or technique. Cool. So now we need to integrate this into what we have here. We don't have move node anymore. And we need to like trigger movement with these begin and end and stuff. So also, I think I want selection to be something that you can undo, because that's something that annoys me in Godot. But we'll see what happens. So there's like a million things that happen here, depending on which state you're in. And I want to probably move that out into its own little functions, so it's not all jammed in this place. So in this case, we just want to do like end action with action. This feels weird. Since we already check here, we could just have run end action move here. Yeah. Call end action move directly if we know it's the move action. Not sure. But that's... Oh, hello? What's up, gunship? Did my sound card drivers? Yep, that happens sometimes. Not sure why. Okay. We got a bunch of these like state things that we need to take care of somehow. This is like released left mouse. I don't think we're gonna need these is moving stuff and mouse pressed. So let's try to get rid of those. And here, this part we shouldn't have to care about in there anymore, because now we're gonna start an event somewhere in here, like right, so we're pressing the button and our current action is idle. It's gonna need to be on multiple lines. And I think I want to learn how to do this direction instead. It's just easier to comment things later then. And yeah, so we click on something when we're in idle mode, it becomes the selected object. But if we click on, if the hovered object, selected object not equals hovered object, that's when we do this. Otherwise, we figure out what it is that we want to do. And we always want to do move right now. We want to just get back to making moving work. So then we do set, or rather begin action move. Somehow, right? That's what we want to do. This feels really weird. Why isn't it begin action move and then action move calls? Yeah, I think that's better. Because this is just dumb. Instead it should be begin action move here, and then we can do specific things if we want to, but we don't need to do that. Then we call end action move here. We don't even need to call this because we already know what the current action is before we set it to this. We can simplify. Cool. Yeah, and this never happens anymore. Cool. So let's see here. So if there is a mouse button event, then we want to and we release the left button end action, end current action. This is where we could just have done end action in one call instead of having to do this if we knew what it was. That would have been nice. But maybe this gives us something. Architecture, hard shit. So if we pressed left mouse, begin action. select if hovered object is not the current selected. We might want to like be able to start a move directly from the first click, so we don't have to do like click and then click drag. We'll see about that. We can begin the move. And this one calls begin action. Yes. Sweet. So now we're in that place. This is something else. This is like create block when pressing middle mouse. All good. And then if we're moving, this is going to be like, if we are in the move state, call this function. If current action is action move, call like action move, or like update move action, and we pass in the event like this. And then we need to have the move action update somewhere, and it hurts me to put it down here because the other things are up there, but update move action mouse, or like event mouse motion. Paste all our shit. This goes here. No, last mouse thing happens outside of this. So that goes here. Cool. Is this all of it? Let's run it and see what happens. So, can we create an object? Yes. Can we move an object? Yes. But it doesn't quite work. It is borked, but not that borked. We can figure this out. So when we begin an action, we say begin action, action move, and then, yeah, this is reversed. Try again. Movable physics option and gravity gun would add to the gameplay. We actually had that in a previous version. If you remember, we could actually create stuff that way, or we could throw things. We could hold it in to throw it longer. We could like swing and throw it, and that did used to exist. No, in Godot. Okay, this is broken. Why did it? It's sort of not taking into account the starting position of the object. We put it there, and then it just like, hey, I'm over here. I think we're not using the right things. Update move action uses it changed move position, but at this point we don't set move position to be reset when we start. I think what we should do, move position should be called like, yeah, we don't need start move position. We need like move delta. Let's just call it move delta, I guess. So move delta is this, and then we can do like selected object, and then we do, let me think, selected object, transform before action, origin, plus move delta, and then you round it afterwards. Yes, and then move delta gets reset in when the move action starts. So what we're going to do is actually move these things all the way down here. We have them like move action. Begin action should reset move delta. And I think we can then also have move delta. We don't need that anymore either. And then we have some issues here. Is moving. We will do if current action is action idle in this case. That should, no, we still have an error down here. Create a block if we are idle. Should work. Create an object. Oh, I didn't create it where I thought it would be created, so that's a bad something is bad. So when we did the action idle, we didn't update the cursor. It updates cursor when the action should be flipped, right? If the action is not idle, do that. Otherwise, update the cursor. See, now we have a cursor again, and now we can move things around. That works. We can move them up and down. It's pulling on the side. Cool. Undo still works. Yes. And redo still works. Yep. So you can't click and then start dragging, which is a little bit annoying. You got to click and then drag to select them, which I'm not a huge fan of. Not sure how to fix that easily. All right, we can just do that. Nice. Zip, zip. Cool. Here, I'm clicking and I don't have a selected object, so I shouldn't be able to start the move action. We could try doing this. Maybe that just like, it starts moving, but then it stops moving if you just release it without the move being different. That works. But if I just do this, it's gonna add like an extra undo step there. So if the positions are the same, maybe we shouldn't do the undo stuff. And then we solve this whole problem. When we end the move action, if the positions are close enough, if selected object position distance to this other thing is less than 0.1, then we don't remember the change. We just return. We call end. We do, if it's larger than that, we do these things, and then we end the action. I think this should work, but let's try it. So let's create a thing and then move it, and then we undo that. That works. But if we move it and then move it back, it's not recorded. Perfect. That works. That works. That works. Sweet. Now we can start tackling resize. And that should be if we're pressing Control. We've got to find our way back to all this stuff. There's like a million different things in weird places here. So here we say like, just begin move. If MB event control pressed, then we want to do begin action resize, else begin action move. And we already do end it. So now if we press Control while doing this, it shouldn't like move or anything. It just moves if we don't press anything. Sweet. Now it becomes Will there be any No, there will not be any performance issues. There will not be enough cubes for this to be an issue. We could merge some of them. We could do things, but we're not going to need that. But when you can scale them, like, you'll have a big cube. Yeah. Also, if you don't have millions, like thousands are probably very fine. Tens of thousands, we might have to like think about it a little bit. The problems that you would think about is like with physics engine, sometimes when you have like edges that are actually like parallel, you can still get caught on those a little bit. That's something to think about, but I think we should be fine. So how do we... no. How do we do the resize? I'm going to do something very similar to this. If we just did this, holding control would also move it, but that's not what we want here. So in this case, we always want to have the plane to be in the basis. See? Yes, I think so. So if we're holding control now. I haven't saved. Holding control will do something, but I don't quite know. Whoa. Just fly away. It does something, but I don't know. That seems... it's because this. Cool. So when we're starting the action, we need to figure out like which direction we should be sizing in. I think I removed the important part here. Can't do anything anymore. Can't press enter. Can't go there. Okay. Think we're back. No. So here, we could remember the size axis. And this is where we need to like implement the actual thing. So the resize axis could probably be the local variant of the interaction plane normal. But for simplicity, let's always do only up at this point. So what we want to do is set the size of the object. Size dot y. Oh, we need to have resize delta, and that can just be a float in this case, I think. We do like resize delta plus equals, and then we need move delta, or like offset, I don't know. New plane pose minus old plane pos. That does the resize delta, and then we set the up. Oh, we need to remember the now we can just use the remembered one. So we do like selected object size y equals selected object is it size before action y plus resize delta, and then we just round that to some value. We cannot make it smaller than 1, so that's one thing. And then we just do round F. See if this works. Then we need to do, like, depending on which axis we're doing, we'll do different things. So control, drag, nothing. Because we need to set the thing up afterwards. Selected object, update. That was not right. Whoa! That just was not good. So the offset here is not what we need it to be. And this is always going to be a positive number, right? So in this case, it should not be like the old position. It should be the start position and the new position. So like probably instead of keeping track of the delta, it should be resize start mouse position. So when we begin the action, this should be that thing, and then we get the new one here. We need to remember this somehow. We can just set last position here, I think. Begin resize. And then we can set this up to be this plus resize delta should be this. No, wait. It's a little bit more tricky than I was thinking it would be. But maybe just length would work here. But no, length will not work because it's if I pull it below the starting position. I can never make it shorter this way. So this should not be old plane position. It should be the position of the object. I think. It should be the new plane pause minus selected object position. This will only work when up and down, and we can just do new plane pause But it's gonna be offset from things. So it might work like that. I don't know. Okay, let's see. Control. Whoa, that works. Okay, cool. So it's not quite correct. You can see the further we go, the more wrong it becomes. Plus, we need to round this value, so it's and we never can go lower than that. So that's pretty nice. We can move this around. We can actually move it up. We can scale it when it's up here. That works, but we can't scale it smaller than this. I think I'm fine with this. Okay. Is there I guess rotating will be an issue, but if we disregard yes, I do just copy everything. But at this point we don't really have that at this particular moment. I guess you could do this if you wanted to, like, have the thing work. Extend it to the other side. We'll get to that soon enough, I think. You can just move it here if you want it, and then hold control, pull that down. So we'll get there. We'll get there. This is just like a day's work so far. I think making pretty good progress. I need something more to drink and have a little bio break. Be right back. I'm back. Yeah, mirror would be cool. And you know what? We could do the mirror in here, in the actual object. We just set it to default is on, so it just creates the mesh and the mirror thing inside of the object, and then we separate the things that players can collide with and the editor collision thing. So we make that a little bit easier to work with. But then all the decorations, and these should be replaced with something else when you're actually in... when we get a little bit further into this. Cool. But how do we actually do this side instead of this top side? That's gonna be a thing to figure out. So we have a resize axis of up. When we start, we know the plane. And normal can be resize axis. Instead. And as long... We need to take this normal and rotate it into local space when we do the rotations. Handle rotated objects. But for now, all the objects are like at the right angle. And this should only be what happens when we are when the axis is up. So if resize axis equals up, we do this. So if we save this, this should still work, but this should do nothing, which it doesn't. How can we begin an action if we don't have anything selected? Because this needs to... I guess we gotta... Because it probably like exits within a... when it crashes and a button is pressed, that gets not reset in here until you exit the game or something. See, now Alt is still pressed, or control is still pressed. Okay. If selected object not equals null, do these. Cool. So we really don't need all of this. We only need the mouse ray for this. And I guess this is fine. We're not using resize delta, right? Just plain pause. Right, we actually still need to check if plain pause not equals null. That is true. Other than that, I think this should now work. Control. Move. Control here, nothing. Control here, nothing. So if the axis is let's say we do right, that should change the size like this. Is that true? Control. I don't even know which one is right. Is this right? That's right. Oh, it works. Sick. Now we can do up and down, left and right. But now we do forward. We do like back, left, and down will work slightly differently because we have to move the position and the thing. But that it should be pretty close. Wait, what is forward is negative? Forward is negative, yeah, so this should be back. And then we do all the x's to z's. And now we should be able to resize this, this, and this, but not this, this, and this. Cool. Let's fix those. Let's begin with up. No, let's. Yeah, sure. Let's begin with that. That should be down. And size Y should change in the same way. Let's start by just saying selected object position. Right, also when we resize, we want to actually save the position as well. So the end action, to make it work, we have to think about that. To do, undo. Just remember that. We don't forget to do it. But the position dot Y is what should change in this way. It should be equals to whatever this is. Is that true? Because now we're moving it. Yeah, this needs to be the position before transform before action origin Y, I think. See what happens if we try to do like a control along this side. That kind of works. I don't understand why it does why it moves like that. We set the position to be we just set it to be plain pos. Would that be better? Yeah, it needs to be offset by the interaction plane origin, I think. No. Now it's like stuck in some kind of mode again. Yeah. It's keeping some button pressed for us. Something like that, maybe. When I click like this, it shouldn't move. Why is it doing that? It's possible that we need to the interaction plane will probably work for movement, but not for scaling. So we need to handle that at some point. But it seems to be moving the Y position to wherever we click. Oh wait, it's not because we're clicking on the ocean surface or something, is it? No. Okay. Stop holding buttons for me, thank you. Here. I don't know. We need to like remember the distance, or is it because like the closer to this corner I click, the better it gets. So if I click here, it's gonna move the that corner's position. Okay. Math. Sometimes buttons just get locked up. Okay. So the plane that I'm translating things on could, if I just made it so that the plane is not at where you click, but actually at the position of this corner here, where I start. So we create this camera plane at the center of the interaction plane. What if we instead did the selected object? Come on, stop. Select. Position. No. Transform before action. Origin. And then we do this. It still moves. Okay. So when we start, we get the maybe it should be in reference to the interaction plane center points. What if it is the center point, but the Y is set to the interaction plane? Wait, don't we like create a new plane here? From the camera? Yeah, maybe we need to do the delta position or something. Level editor would be cool. Yeah, I think it would. What if it was something like this? No, it doesn't quite do it. As part of the idea, Yoy. Do we need to project this position onto like the block's position projected onto the interaction plane position, which is in this case this guy? Maybe that is the way to do it. Stop. We want to place this at the interaction plane's center, and then we get the object position relative on plane is like plane dot project and it should be the object position on selected object transform before action origin. And this should now be taken into account here when we're moving here. Like subtract this. Add that. Oh, stop. Y plus. Yeah, I don't know. It just stopped working. That is actually part of it. Like, I want to serialize this into something that people can generate. So we can have like the daily seed could be that, right? So, just doesn't want to work. I think there is some basic math or concept, geometric concept I'm not getting here. If we... Now it's stuck again. Why does it get stuck? See, it is... this time I think it was shift that got stuck. But if we just did this, it's gonna... kind of work. We can create the object, move it up a little bit, and now it's gonna be like... scaling upwards even if I press here. And if I press go up, it should be the opposite. So it probably should be minus plane pos y for this to work. But we can't drag it lower than that, I guess. So yeah, okay. And now shift or control alt or something is... Now it just flies to the skies. And red kiss. Okay, I don't understand quite what's going on here. The size should become bigger if this it can't be like just don't. If I do this, it's just not gonna work. Is it? It is actually pretty close. What do I want to happen here? When I drag down, I want the size to increase, yes. But it's decreasing instead. Should I be remembering corners instead? Sort of like the corner before I did a change. And then transform my movements that way. I think I'm just dumb. And that is the problem. I do this in a dumb way. And my editor refuses to let go of buttons, making it cumbersome. Yo, Rockadoodle! Thank you for the raid. Welcome, peeps, and have a great weekend then. Don't worry. Thank you, Steve-O. Okay, let's think about this. So, we want the position to change, but the height, the difference in height to stay the same. The difference between where this was and like top is gonna be position plus the size. This is the top, and then we change the position, and now the size should be the position, the distance between this and the top. We made it, peeps. We are masters of game dev. Now, I wonder if... So this is also a problem, I think, because... Yeah, it just flips around when I do that. I don't like that idea. This did work. I think this worked. So if I did this, it shouldn't move. See, this is not good. I click and it just moves quite a lot. I didn't realize that was a problem before. Was it really? Is it because this one is bigger? Or did we change something where... I think this was in relation to the position of the object instead. So selected object position potentially, or before move, or now something got stuck again. Before action origin. No, this is not gonna do. The origin is down here, I think. Or is it up here? Or is where is the origin of this? It must be... Are you stuck in some kind of... I don't know. Let's restart, I guess. Yo, Hiroshi, what's up? Movement still works, but scaling is offset like madness. We need to think of how this is due. Oh, you got a new laptop. Nice. What's the specs? You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna visualize the interaction plane. Which means we need to have another little thing. Var IP mesh index something. Let's create this and start. Sure. IP mi equals mesh index mesh instance 3D IP mi mesh equals quad mesh IP add child IP mi. Somewhere we do create this interaction plane. And this is where we're gonna set this up. IP mi dot position is gonna be interaction plane dot get center to start with, and IP mi look at target is gonna be IP mi, doesn't matter, position plus interaction plane normal. And oh, it's gonna suck because the up vector is always gonna be dumb. Can we get a by tangent? Tangent? You can always do like a cross product to get the other, right? That's a 972 4060, nice. I have a 970 in my kid, and like when Alfred is here, the computer he uses. My kid's computer. My kid doesn't have a graphics card at all inside of him, I hope. Gotta do some ChatGPT for this. So we're gonna do in Godot 4 GD script how to create basis from a plain maybe that helps, maybe that works, we'll see. There's so much code. But this is the way to do it, I think. So you get the normal from the plane, and then we normalize that. Yeah, sure. So tangent 1 is going to be x. No. Is this really what we want to do? Let's try it. We might as well. Why are you so angry? Oh, it's not tabs. I don't know that this is the way I want to do it. I think there's a way to do it with like a cross and a camera vector or something. But this might work. Take it easy, Roshi. See ya. So, look at this. You can see the little plane there in the corner. It's not positioned where that is the object position, not the actual like hit position. That's interesting, right? It does seem to be correct in terms of angle and stuff. But it's not put at the place I see. Is there some... This says intersection point. I don't think it is. I think this is wrong. Oh wait, this is interaction plane get center. Maybe that's not what we want. Maybe this is what we want for the position. That might, oh yeah, that works much better. Cool, so now we know that get center is not the thing to do. That might be what created countless issues. Let's also push it mildly against the normal. So we don't get that flickering thing. But yeah, now this plane seems much more reasonable. Cool. Sweet. So now we can use IPMI global position as the reference instead of interaction plane center. How come, doesn't the plane have, it's got X, Y, and Z for the... So we could have used it as a vector. let's refactor this later and just use the thing now, because I want to get cracking with this. So the plane we're creating should not be an interaction plane get center. It should be IPMI global position, I think. So now if we do like pull this up, move down, then we hold control and no, that it still doesn't work there. Kind of moves it out all the time, which might be because the plane, the IPMI is actually moved a little bit. And it just rounds to a new position. Does it get more? It gets more wrong when I click here. And less wrong when I click. I don't know. At the center, it's pretty good. Okay. I'm in the wrong place. I'm changing the wrong thing. Now that I'm moving, whoops, I can undo that. Nice. I don't know what happens, but cool. So I'm not actually changing the resize section. How about now? Now drag this. It's perfect. We just need to figure out it really is good. That's perfect. Now we just need to figure out the other directions and the rounding of this. Just round this. Okay, that broke everything. Why? I'm just putting rounds in everywhere now just for the... Hey, our favorite little ban purge. Okay, can I like delete? Move this up and then just like control drag, and it's so good. Too good, almost. Still works here, yes. Still works here, yes. Pet cockroach, yeah. Okay, so now we got to do this for let's do right, left. And that would be like the top should be right, and it's the x plus x, and then we do say x is plane pause x, and then we do size x, and then x minus right. Cool. Will this work? It's not that thing. Is it that thing? I don't know. Is it that thing? I don't know. Is it that thing? Probably not. So this maybe works better if we're I think we should restart. So I don't know which side is which, but I know that works. I know this works. I know this works, and I know this doesn't work. So now it's just forward left. Forward left. This would be if it's forward. This will now be back equals Z, 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 back. That works. That doesn't work. Why? We don't know. That doesn't work either. This doesn't work. That doesn't. Nothing works because I don't know. Restart. Works, 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 and then also works. Cool. We now have a fully resizable block system. We can move it around. We can do this. Woo. Rotations. Well, maybe another day. Keep on running. Would be nice with a little grid. For sure. So, am I stuck now, or because now nothing works? I think we're getting. Somehow our buttons aren't releasing properly. I don't know why, because now nothing works and I have to like restart. What is causing that? I don't quite get it. Like, click to create a thing. Pull it out to size. Click to create another thing, like pull it in close. Drag it, and then we got a wall. Limited. Whoop. I think this is offset by 1, yeah. Pretty sweet. Let us do one more thing before we commit this. I think we should commit because we haven't committed any of this. This is a 400 line file, and let's make it so that there is a special layer that we use for the editor part of collisions. Block, not block tool, editor node. Level edit node? There. Editor level node. Feels backward somehow. So this collision shape, I think it's actually, it should be the collision layer should be something, and I don't remember how to set these collision layers. Let's go. I think can you do like set collision layer or something? And now again things are stuck. Set collision layer value, and the layer number. This is better. This is better. Let's say our layer number for editor stuff. 3D physics. We don't have that many. We can do like number 32 is editor. So we set editor to true, and we set collision layer. I think collision layer is 0. So this probably is 31 then. So if we do this, we can probably look at this in the editor. See if it becomes the right one, like in the remote view. Create the thing. Go to remote. Am I Canadian? Level editor. Root. This one. Collision mask seems to be not set correctly. Oh, 31. So this one should actually be 32 for this to work. And when we're doing our ray casts and stuff, the only things we should hit is the things on the is that query areas should be false. Bodies should be true. That's probably the default, but let's be explicit. And then we have the layer, or like is it mask? Collision mask. And this you calculate somehow. How can we calculate these? So POW2, and then the layer -1 is the thing we want to do, I think. Stuck again. See if this works or if it stops working. It seems to still be working, but if I play, I should fall through because there's no other collision. So let's just tab, fell straight through. Love it. Perfect. That's great. And now we can do another thing with this. We could actually use the block tool. How does this one work? So this one has, it's got its position up here, and then we gotta do like Let's make an editor block tool here. It's gonna be the one we're working with. Just setting the defaults. So the thing this does is simply creating a bunch of blocks inside of it. And just looks more interesting than the pure blocks. And it's fast enough for us to just use. So like, if we set it up, it's probably center CX, which we don't want, and not height to surface. So this now looks correct. So we just put this in, set the size, and do the setup every time. We shouldn't need the other mesh thing. Let's go to the script for this. We just go get the editor block tool. And then instead of the mesh, we do like mesh instance visible is false. Instead, we are going to add the... Actually, we're gonna need a reference to that. So we do this, and we set its position to be 0, 0, or vector 3, 0. And then in update, we will set block tool dot size to be size, and block tool do setup. So it's not called update here. So setup wants some just setup, even better. So this can work. I'm not sure it's going to. Boom, it's there. It's too big. No, this works. It's pretty cool, right? Like, create our things. And since this has its own collider, this should work. Oh yeah. Here comes the next part that I want to toy around with, and that is like what happens if we mirror this, and then we're ready for a big old commit here. So we can add mirror block tool here, and then we can have this extend to surface. We're not really doing that at this point, so get rid of that. We rename this to use mirror. If use mirror, actually it's a little bit tricky to keep track of it, but we can do something like if use mirror and mirror block tool equals null, we create the mirror block tool. I've got to position this somehow, but I don't know. If not use mirror and mirror block tool not equals null, mirror block tool Q free, and mirror. This question is, what will happen with these things when you do the undo stuff? I don't know. We set this to null already here, so we know that. Now, if use mirror, and at this point we know that the mirror block tool will match, so we don't need to check if it exists or anything. Now we just got to set up the position of it and the size. So we do like mirror block tool, but the position should be different in Y. Mirror block tool position equals, actually the only thing we ever change is the Y position. Local Y position should be simply negative size Y. Restart. Create a block. Boom, it blew up. Couldn't read the error message properly. Boom. Now, scale. Move doesn't work the way I want it to, no. Okay, so move doesn't reset up the thing. Now it needs to do that, which it'll be fine. So editor, level editor, at the end of move, not only set the position, but also selected object, update. This should also probably run after redo, undo, redo things. See, now it still doesn't quite work. That is not it, right? That's it. Of course, we gotta like do that. It would be nice if we could do these changes on the other side. But I guess that's like a roadmap thing. We could also add a function to kind of reset the thing so it snaps to the ground, because that's something we're gonna need a lot of, I think. So like the base movement speed should be bigger, and this should also be bigger. But Let's make a little wall here. Keep pressing the wrong button. Try that. Boom. Okay, I want a wall here as well. Put this here. Whoa, wrong button. Undo works, so undo sort of works. It doesn't work for scaling. That's a thing we gotta fix as well. And now we're done because we screwed something up with the button things. Even yeah, can't do anything more. We probably got stuck in a move mode or something. So buggy AF, but it has some starting to have some use to it. I think we should fix the undo redo thing for. We need to call the update. We're on the wrong place. We should be able to do the add undo method. We do like selected object comma and then we just call update on it. Will that work? No. Do we need to do bind node here? Selected object. The thing we need to do here is both the position and the size of things. With any luck, it should now work with undo. Now like resize. Oh. It's called do method. Not undo or redo. Cool. That should be the same here. Restart. Boom. Undo doesn't work. We can try like scaling it and then moving it, because that calls update, but no, that doesn't work. So end action resize. What's up, cat? Oh wait, we got a bunch of errors. That already errored out. 70. The mirror tool is not inside of... Oh, this tool might be not inside of... I don't think we need global position for this. It was just a temporary thing. But then, calling undo, method update expected 0. Oh, okay. So we shouldn't pass this here. We shouldn't bind it. It figures that out from that, probably. C# does that, I think. But JavaScript does not. Okay, scale, undo the scaling. Scale, undo the scaling. Scale, then move, then scale again, then undo the stuff. It works. Boom, boom, boom. Move this up, move this out. Seems nice and fine. Put one in here. The preview for where it's gonna put the block would be nice. Like this preview thing here. Let's scale it up so it is showing, or either be centered where it's gonna put it. I don't know what we want for that, but it shouldn't be what it is now. The simplest thing to do is like middle mouse. We set it to the position plus vector 3 6. No, it should be minus 6 0 6 is what I'm thinking. Boom. So now they're centered to where you create them instead. And then the size of it could be a little bit bigger to match that. Whoop. Sometimes when you move fast, it's like it switches planes or something. I don't know what that is. I guess like the major thing we're coming up against. Yeah, that's probably gonna be something. Also, wouldn't it be nice if Wait, I'm hitting something off the side here. Are we... Something is offset in a way that I don't like. I think the level tool is broken. It's off by 1? Because here I hit something. I think you can debug collision shapes, but I might have to restart for that to work. Wait. They're not visible on top of my thing. And now we're stuck. Damn it. The mirror block tool could be intersecting. Yeah, look at that. It's collision shape is screwed up. Why is that? The collision shape. Center. If not center XY, then we want to offset collider position with, is it both? No, it's just XZ. So it's like vector 3 size dot x divided by 2 0 size dot y no size dot z divided by 2. That should work. Create this, jump on it. That's the right collider size. Neato. It sucks a little bit that you can't. Yeah, it's hard to edit it from the underside. I think we need that functionality later. Because otherwise it's not going to be fun. And also toggling in and out, that also breaks. We should do this. When we enter and exit, we need to end the current action. Because sometimes it seems like we are... Gotta do that here too. Probably should be here. But there's something about the buttons on the keyboard getting That works. I've been thinking about like productivity gain stuff here. It would be really nice to have like draw out line of sight from like different positions, so that you can design levels around like you can't see this from when you're here. Stuff like that we could easily do in this editor. But yeah, that's pretty neat. This is pretty sweet. Hey, I can't delete that. I don't know why. Oh, am I? Yeah, I can't do anything anymore. So when I click, it doesn't take me anywhere. Why is that? Is that because some button is being pressed, or tell me about it? What happens? Let's go to level editor, and then when we get some kind of mouse click or something, print out the things. It's possible that the control pressed thing, because hovered object seems to be working. Is it that the action is idle? And that's why this happens and the action is not idle? So whenever an action comes in, let's print out what the so this is like current action is 0, which should be idle, I think. So that's not why things aren't happening. If we are in MB event, print CTRL MB event CTRL pressed, and also shift pressed. Both are false, but nothing works anyway. But I assume this doesn't happen. Can this continue? No, unfortunately not. Damn it. I don't know. It seems to be happening a lot, but I haven't found a proper like... Is it when I'm entering, exiting, holding buttons when that happens, or... Is it when I do like undo stuff? No. Maybe it is when an error happens. What if it is when I press like Alt Tab? Yes, check this out. After I've Alt Tabbed, shit stops working. Is that... So we can do this. We Alt tab out. Then we come back. No. Must Alt tab to... Damn it, that wasn't the... Alt tabbing when we're in here. And clicking back in, and now it's broken. Damn it! Thought we had found what the issue was. Now it's broken again. So it does happen often. But okay, so now this doesn't happen. So either it is that the action is not idle, but I think it is. Like if we clean this out and I do this, action seems to be idle. So that's not what's causing it. Selected object not equals null. So now we can't select anything. Now it works again. That's kind of strange. Why would I do it like that? Anyway, it's kind of working. Just add a little jump up point here. Would be nice with a duplicate. Now we can simply start creating little interesting blocky world shapes here. Zoom. Should we make procedural versions of everything? Maybe like the arches could be. We could bind to the number buttons just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whatever we have selected, like 1 is a normal block, 2 is a stair, 3 is an arch, and so on. That would be pretty fast to just make levels with, right? Then, like, let's say we wanted. Well, it's a little fast sometimes. We could like create. So this is where duplicating would be really useful. Like, I could make a little pillar here. That's what I was thinking, at least. Press the right button. Make little pillars. And then I want to make another one. I should be able to like hold Alt and drag. And it should create a copy of the thing. Wait. Scaling broken? Nope. So multi-select, duplicate, all these things would be really nice. Or maybe the easiest way to do it would be to... We have a selection, press Ctrl D to duplicate it, and then you can just move something. That would be pretty easy to make. But let's actually... whoa, why are you there? See, now something is stuck here again. Saving scene, analyzing. I don't like this. Why? There we go. Maybe that's what gets stuck. It's like stuck on the saving part. Let's get rid of some of the debug logging here, and then we'll commit these to a new branch, I guess. Ocean mirror, experimental, super experimental, new branch, level editor. Forgot to commit the previous things. This is like before level editor, whatever. Then we do this. Basic level editing. Holy shit, I've missed the chat here for a while. I'm so sorry. You've been talking here and I haven't seen anything. Or your input get handled elsewhere in the debugger where there is a misc tab. You could check if UI element eats your input. Yeah, that would be cool. Alt tab back in, Alt tab back out, click in, hold Windows key. Procedural generation of input bindings. Is this the same game? No, this is Ocean Mirror, which is the game you see in the bottom right corner. You can actually wish list it if you want to. Procedural generation of input bindings. Yeah, maybe. Cool. But I would say it's very basic, but it does exist. So we can like create a thing, create some more things, scale things up, move them around. Undo works. You can't save or load, which is some would say a problem. They can try playing the level. And tab back in. Edit some more. Really tall wall. Maybe there are something that shoot out of the wall. Maybe. I need to probably turn off the chromatic aberration on things. Otherwise, it's getting hard to select things in the corner of the screen. Boom. I don't know if the levels are bigger than you expect, but it feels like you're moving slower than usual. But maybe the scale is messed up. I think this is a pretty cool start. I think I'm ready for lunch, and then I think I might be ready for a weekend. I'll do some more toying with this off stream, but it's promising. I still don't know if it's gonna be worth, or if I can actually just make it good enough. I think a lot of people wouldn't recognize the types of controls you got in here, and I don't know if it's gonna feel good when things are rotating. There's like a lot of things that needs to happen for an editor to feel good, but it's like a potential. It's got some potential. But I think we should raid someone. I don't know if there's anyone slated to stream at this point on the Godot official. The scheduling. Elliptic starts actually pretty soon. 45 minutes. Let's see if anyone else is streaming. They can do it. Cakes is online. Anyone doing Godot in here? Overlay dev, sure. Bags. Let's do that. Okay, so please, again, wishlist Ocean Mirror. I'll drop this in YouTube as well. Thank you so much, dude, for the coffee donation. Like, if you want to donate, you can do that over on the coffee link. Haven't pushed that a little bit, and then if you want to, you can also join the Discord, where you can chat about Ocean Mirror and other game dev stuff. So yeah, be nice, and we'll see each other soon. Hugs, people. Bye.